Here's how you can make your World of Warcraft go from looking like this to looking like this.
What the hell? Somehow my password is not working. Ah, gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Your account has been suspended for 6 days and 23 hours to anti-cheat violation. Okay, so the reason my account, apparently I can't fix it because we can't log in, but apparently they just banned my Warmane account simply because I was using an over-the-shoulder add-on called although I just added another add-on. So there was that add-on I added here called let's see. I added Action Cam, which allows for kind of like an over-the-shoulder camera, right? Similar to like Action Cam in Retail WoW or in the 1.14 client. And then I added another add-on, just Max Camera Distance Fix. This one's just supposed to just as the camera distance from the player. Is all it is. Your basic like Mac camera like change, but nothing crazy. But apparently something about one of those two things got me banned on there, which is kind of blows my mind that Warmane would ban you. So yeah, that's, I don't know, that's really bizarre. Your account has been suspended for 6 days, 3 hours due to an anti-cheat violation. Yeah, that kind of sucks. That's kind of weird. Okay, well, I guess we won't play Warmane, right? We do have Yeah, let's go ahead and launch the Project Epoch launcher. All right, we can at least take a look at that. I'll show you guys real quick what I've done for Epoch, at least in preparation for the launch of Epoch. These are the add-ons I've set up currently for Project Epoch. Oh, that reminds me though, we haven't set up. Here, hold on a second. Let's take a look at something else really quickly here. If we go to Project Epoch, yeah, let's do this. Actually, we should have done this already. Yeah, we've already got reshades set up. Let me double check this. Yeah, reshade should be set up as well. Yeah, there you can see it's there. Yeah. So as far as Project Epoch, we've got these add-ons installed. Some of these I've never used before. I've never used Magnify. I've never used the Moz full world map, but supposedly the Moz full world map along with Magnify is going to give us kind of like a Leatrix map style, kind of, hopefully. I don't know for sure. I don't know if plate buffs is going to work. I'm not sure if I'll even use plate buffs. Some of these we probably won't even use. They just look like something that might be good. We'll definitely be using Auctioneer, definitely be using Bartender, definitely be using Move Anything. MSBT will be using Omni. Postal Quest Helper, if it works, we'll be using. Oh, that's kind of weird that we have Quest Helper and PF Quest. One thing that I noticed with Epoch though is I can't turn add-ons on or off, right? Like I can't go in here and like disable add-ons. So I don't know if that's just like a bug, but what you can do is obviously just rename a folder. This is the only way the best way I can think to do it, unless you want to just delete the add-on entirely. But I would go to go to here in my Epoch folder, and just like, for example, Quest. Yeah, we've got Quest Helper. I don't know if we need Quest Helper, to be honest, because we have PF Quest, so I'm a little confused about that. So let's just say hide. We're just gonna rename it to like hide, because it shouldn't pick it up then. And now you can see it's gone. So, but these should be the add-ons that right off the bat we're going to attempt to use. Now the Wrath of the Lich King data collector, this is supposed to help update data for some of the other add-ons. I'm not quite sure, but it was in the website location. Let's see if we've got it. Also, we do have Shagu. Remember, you might have to go to Shagu to actually grab this one here, the PF Quest 4 Wrath of the Lich King. This was like an extra step I had to do outside of what it looked like they kind of were recommending you do. Because here, if you go to the add-ons that supposedly from the Project Epoch Wiki that are supposed to work, you'll see actually that there's this one, data collector, is being used to contribute to fan-made database. So by running this, you're just helping the epoch.db.com. Actually, let's take a look at this website. So this is interesting. So this is going to be, so eventually, theoretically, this is going to start showing like stuff. So it should be interesting. But you can see we got PF Quest Wrath of the Lich King. But if you go here, this I don't think was the right. Like what this downloaded was just PF Quest. I don't know, and I had to download. I'm not sure if that's the right one. See, because here's the Wrath of the Lich King one. So there's PF Quest Master, and then there's this one. So I don't know, but they're about the same size. Actually, this one's a little different. So I'm still a little confused on this one. Because then if you download the Epoch one, oops. Let's see what this one is basically Epoch. Let's go back to here. Okay, so what was going on, I think, was that this PF Quest beta is the one from Shagu. It's not this one. This one, when I tried to run this one, it basically just said, I think it was out of date. So if you go back into, let's see, you go to PS Quest, yeah, see you've got Wrath of Lich King. See how I said bad right here? This is the one that comes from the website here, the add-ons project Epoch 1. So if I were to go back to here, if I were to get rid of the Wrath of Lich King one, this is just, we're just going to say from Shagu, right? From Shagu. And we go to the bad one. You're going to see it's going to say dependency missing. So that's, and the dependency is Wrath of the Lich King. Is that what it is? Oh, well, is that what it is, Jin? Well, I'm glad you know. Because it does it say that? Here, hold on a second. We'll see if it says that. Yeah, it downloads this PF Quest blah 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 blah. I can't talk. It downloads this PF Quest master, which is what most, not most, but a lot, because that's just, the master is just the branch name. It's just the GitHub branch name, the development branch name. But if it should have been Wrath of the Lich King, it should tell you that somewhere. Like, I don't know if it does. Let's take a look. It might tell you. See, I don't. How did you know this? On GitHub it does? Oh, but in here it doesn't. Oh, and see, it is Shagu though. See, if you look at it, it says download PF Quest. What's a Burning Crusade? Well, this doesn't really help us. It's showing all kinds of crap. All right, let's go to the Wrath of the Lich King one and see. We'll see, it's downloading it instead of taking us to GitHub. So I would never know that because see, it's just downloading the file. Like, so it's not. This isn't like a link to the GitHub. It is a link, but it's a link directly to the file. So we'd actually have to copy the URL here. Go to PF Quest. Yeah, so I don't know how you caught that, man, unless somebody else told you. Because there's no way you would know that, because when you click the link, it downloads the file. When you download the file, it doesn't really tell you that. Like in the README, there's no. And even on here, let's take a look. Unpack the zip file. Move to here. Restart WoW. Even here, it doesn't. Where do you see that, dude? I'm a software developer, so this kind of shit drives me nuts, man. Like, I'm a software developer, so when I write code, like when I do stuff, I make it very obvious what needs to be done. You know, I would definitely 100% have directions that says you need to do this. I mean, this is like, I don't know. You said it's on here somewhere that says Wrath of the Lich King. I still don't see it. And if it is here, it's not in any way intuitive. You know, it's just kind of buried in here somewhere. It says a Quest Helper database add-on for worldwide. And what's interesting too is this link says vanilla and TBC, which obviously we're going for Wrath of the Lich King. Not so. Again, it's kind of weird. Let me paste this in again. No, that's not going to work. Well, we'll try it. Let's rename it, I guess. Yeah, I don't. Here, see, it says important. This is, Jesus Christ, I clicked on it and the whole screen jumped. This is a beta version of POS. It is able to run client, but does not yet ship a Wrath of the Lich King database. Every available content is instead vanilla on TBC, which is fine. Download. Move to, here it is, finally. Move to PF Quest Wrath of the Lich King. Move the folder. Let me click this. I'm curious. Does it download as Wrath of the Lich King when I click this link? See, what's interesting is look what happened when I click the link. When I click download here, it actually downloads with a different name. Which, again, guess what? This is the exact same file I downloaded. I just downloaded it directly from Shagoo. So what I was running was probably already correct. Let's take a look at it. I can see how it said, like, 1 in parentheses. That's because I had already downloaded. So here's the difference. So this is weird, man. Yo, here's the weird thing. But look, dude, like I still think it's wrong because the one you download from the link. Here, let's do it again. If you go here and you download this, it downloads this file, this PFQuest master. But notice the file size, 25, right? 25.0. But notice when I went to here, to the actual add-on page, right? PFQuest. If you scroll down, you see a section that says World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King. Well, if you download this one, it's a different file. If you download that one, you get this guy, which is only 20.9 megabytes in size, and it's PFQuest full Wrath of the Lich King. So it's like, is it on the wiki? Is it on the wiki? Questing, where is it? Where is it on the wiki? All I see is this. Is it like not? Because right here it doesn't say it. Unless it's somewhere else. I'm just trying to make sure I have the right add-on. What? But where does it say that on the wiki? Because it doesn't say that for me. Unless they updated the wiki. Let me refresh the page. Maybe they updated it. Dude, they updated it. See what happened? See how it? So this verbiage right here just changed when I reloaded the page. So they basically have updated this page since I last opened it. So it says rename the PFQuest master folder to, yeah, they have updated the page since I opened this page, which was just what, yesterday? Like yesterday, the day before yesterday, I opened this page. Okay, so rename the PFQuest master folder to PFQuest Wrath of the Lich King. All right, well, let's just do this. We're going to download one more time because I want to make sure I know which one it is. We're going to go here. We're going to show in folder, right? It's this one. Let's go ahead and grab this. We're going to copy this. We're going to go to Project Epoch, which is here, interface, add-ons. And this is from Shagoo. This is the one here, I believe. Let's go properties. We'll look at the file size. Should be 20 point. I guess it's not that size. It's much bigger when you extract it. Now I almost want to like just re-download them both. Just to make sure I have the right ones. I'm sure I do. It should just be this one. Let's just delete this folder. This one here. Okay, so here's the one that says we need to rename to, I believe, Wrath of the Lich King, right? Let's make sure. Rename folder to PFQuest Wrath of the Lich King. PFQuest Wrath of the Lich King. Let's close this down. Let's see what. Yeah, that is weird though, dude. All right, let's close this. Quit. Let's reload. Did you see that they just banned me on Warmane for trying to run like a fucking like action cam add-on? I've never been banned on Warmane before, and it was like an auto ban. So that looks like that fixes the problem. That looks like that fixed it. So yeah, it's just bad. They just weren't very clear. Yeah, so here's what I did. I was just trying to play Wrath of the Lich King, right? So I was going into here, and I was going to Warmane, right? And I am very stuck with, like when I play Classic WoW, like any version of the 1.14 client, I always play with the camera over my left shoulder. Like I have an add-on. It's actually built into the 1.14 client Action Cam. You can just run a console command to actually to actually enable Action Cam. I am so used to playing that way with the camera like offset, kind of like if you're playing Skyrim or if you're playing a lot of other MMOs, like you play like Guild Wars 2 or a lot of MMOs have a camera, even like Throne of Liberty, for example. And there's lots of MMOs have a dynamic camera where you can move the camera behind you to the left or to the right horizontally. And I'm so used to having the offset camera. My character's not in the middle of my screen, but more to the left. I'm so tied into that. I'm so used to playing that way that it drives me insane when I have to play a WoW client that isn't like that. So I was playing the Warmane, right? I was on Warmane here. And Warmane is a 3.3.5 client, right? And it wasn't allowing me to do that. So what I did, and we can't see it now because I can't watch the game. Well, here we can. Well, if we try, it just won't let me in. I went into. I found an add-on called Action Cam, right? And so I installed Action Cam. Actually, I think we can see at the beginning of here. We should be able to see at the beginning of the stream here. Let's just back up my stream. There you go. This is what it looks like. So this is me in Warmane, and you can see the camera's offset. But I was having problems with the camera always being like, it being kind of stuck, like not moving quite the way I want it to. Like if I want to rotate the camera like up and down above my character and below my character, like kind of tilt it, it was kind of locked in. It wasn't letting me do it. So I found another add-on, which I don't think would have helped, but it was called this one. It was called Camera Max Distance Fix. And so I installed this one as well. This one, which just extends the camera's distance from the player, which again, this probably wouldn't have helped, but I was just trying it out because I wanted to see what kind of difference it would make. But when I installed this, then, actually, let's get rid of this, or let's just rename it. We're going to say might have got me banned on. So one of these two things got me banned on Warmane. It was either the Action Cam or this Camera Max Distance Fix. I don't know which one. But all of a sudden, I couldn't log into Warmane. And I couldn't figure out why. I was like, why can't I log into Warmane? So what I did, and here's the, this is the Max Camera Distance Fix I was trying to run, right? Not that one, that's actually not it. But so I went to Warmane. Warmane, wow. And I went to log in. And you can see your account has been suspended for 6 days and 23 hours due to anti-cheat violation. So for some reason, either that Action Cam add-on or the Max Camera fix, they considered that one of those things, like some sort of a cheating. Somehow it triggered their anti-cheat code, and it banned me. So that's why we're fucking around with that. So anyways, that's why we're looking at looking at this. So I've got Reshade set up so I downloaded instead of using the Warmane 3.3.5 client, which I was using for Epoch, I've actually downloaded their client because according to the forums or according to the Discord, their client has a better limit on the amount of RAM you can use with the client. It's got like a higher limit. That's what someone said. I don't know if that's true, but worst case, they say it's better. I got a couple comments saying use the one that they provided. So I figured, hey, it's by them. It's by Project Epoch. They're providing the download for it. If any client is the best client to use for Project Epoch, it's probably the one that they're providing. So I don't know if that's really true that the memory limit is bigger. But anyways, it is. I didn't look at the difference between here. This one says version 2.6 through 3.05. It's probably the same as the other one. But anyways, I did download that launcher or that client from Epoch, and then we went ahead and, like I said, we set up our reshade filters so we can get the game to look better. We get our sharpness and our colors and everything looking a lot better. And then I went ahead and set up, most of the add-ons that I think I'm going to be using. There may be more add-ons I use. Some of these I may not like play. I'm not sure how well Play Buffs is going to work. If it doesn't work the way I want it, then we're not going to use it. Actually, surprisingly, using Move Anything turned out to be pretty interesting because I tried to set up, let's see if I got this here. Okay, unfortunately I started streaming after I was in combat. But, yeah. But actually I used Move Anything to detach or to move the debuffs on the enemy to a different location on my screen, and then I was able to scale the size of the debuffs. Basically what I did was I was basically just creating my own plate buffs, just using the built-in Blizzard's debuffs. But Move Anything allows you to actually move the debuff bar wherever you want, and it also allows you to scale it, which is basically all plate buffs is. Plate buffs just increases the size of the debuffs on the target. But Move Anything allows you to basically do the same thing. So you really don't need plate buffs, although plate buffs is probably showing on, well, it's showing on the actual target nameplate, whereas what I was doing was manipulating, blah, blah. I cannot talk tonight. I was manipulating the debuffs that show up on the target, the target enemy target window, as opposed to the target nameplate. Those are two different things. Like when you click a mob, there's going to be a plate that shows above their head, but there's also going to be a target window that appears somewhere on your screen, wherever you've put it. So two different things, but they both do the same thing. So, and I'm curious to see how the full world map in combination with this magnify works, and that's just straight off of their wiki. They're claiming that's going to be similar because I like to use Leatrix maps, and apparently Leatrix maps doesn't work here. They said Leatrix maps is not yet ported. So, and I normally use Leatrix maps, so they're saying try using this. So we'll see how well that works. Most of the other stuff, there's a lot of other add-ons we could download just to have them in case we need them, but I don't really see anything that Battleground a friendly enemy unit frame for Battlegrounds. That could be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I use QE. Yeah, we talked about that too. I use QE nameplates too, and if you go back, and that's another thing I wish I could have shown you because I had just configured it correctly on the Warmane client. We could. I might actually have another account for Warmane, but yeah, but I can't really show you because Warmane's fucked up right now. But you can see we've already got QE nameplates, or maybe we don't. We don't have QE nameplates. That's okay. I don't know if they have it on. Do they have it on here? I think they do. Oh. Okay, they don't. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Let's just do this and see if this works. Let's go ahead and grab the Warmane, right? Because I've already got QE nameplates set up here. We'll see if this works for. And the other thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go into, I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to go into Warmane, and we're going to go to WTF account, shady hacks, and we're going to save variables, and we're actually going to grab QE right out of here. We're going to grab these changes, my account, and then we're going to go to here, account, save variables, and we're going to put them here. Yeah, this one I set up one on the Warmane that was working just fine. So in theory, it should work. I mean, we have no idea, but right. But here we go. You know, it's now showing up. Doesn't seem to have any. It's not complaining about anything. So we should be good with that with Kui now. Yeah, Kui's my favorite. I've been using Kui for probably about 5 years. I first started using Kui. I think the first time I started playing Warmane. I was using. There's another add-on called Plater, and I tried using Plater, but oh my god, what a fucking Plater's a clusterfuck. The other one, if you have ever used, is if you played like I don't know if it was Turtle WoW or what the other versions of WoW, where basically Shagu has some Shagu plates that actually works pretty well. If you're like on Turtle WoW, for example, I think on Turtle WoW maybe I was using Shagu plates. Well, I don't know what to play now since that site banned me, which is kind of hilarious actually. Here's the Epoch database. Here's the Epoch community database that is why we're using the Wrath of the Lich King data collector. This one, this data collector here, is being used to contribute to the fan-made database epoch.db.com, and which is right here. So you can see we don't have a whole lot of stuff on there yet. Tablet of Savagery, okay. So some interesting items. The custom spell IDs. How do I do so? When you're saying I might have to add the custom spell IDs, you mean to get some of the spells to show up in the cast bar, or do you mean for like weak auras, or what are you referring to? Hmm. You mean because they changed their spell IDs, so they're not going to show up, right? They might not show up on the cast bar for Kui. I don't know if they have anything that's in here that. I mean, there's another nameplate add-on that people are using. I think it's called Plater. It's not Plater though. It was something else. I think it's this one, not Plater. I think it was this one. So here's the other nameplate add-on that they have here that they recommend. So you could try that one if you have any issues with Kui. So when you say you had to it show up for as debuffs on the nameplate, well, how do you do that? Do you have to add it? Is that something you add actually in Kui? I think isn't there like a whitelist? Does Kui have the whitelist? I know some add-ons, like when you're doing the nameplate, there's like a whitelist of which debuffs to track and which ones not to track. I can't remember if Kui has that. Kui spell list config. Okay, so it's got a spell list config. All right, so let's look if we can find it real quick. So if we go into, let's see here, and we go into interface, add-ons, and let's go to Kui nameplates, and there should be a nameplates modules. No, it's not there. Nameplates embeds. No. Where's the Lua code? Look at Lua core. Did you have to actually add it to one of the Lua files? Is there a spell list? And they made it sound like there was a spell list. Yeah, I don't have a Chromie account. I don't think. But you can do it in game. So it's like something you can do within the QA nameplates within the game where you're like modifying the. Okay, that's cool. Where did you get the updated spell IDs? Where did you get the updated spell IDs though? Is there a list somewhere that Epoch has? Mm. Any ID tooltip? Okay. Yeah, I've used add-ons before that show them. I used them in, I think, I can't remember which version of WoW. It's so funny. When you play WoW as long as we have, it's ridiculous, right? Like, there's definitely a version of WoW where I had an add-on, an add-on that did that. I don't know if I don't think it was called any ID tooltip, but it was something similar. And then when you hovered over the spell in your spell book, it would show the normal tooltip, and then in the tooltip it would say spell ID, which I'm assuming that's kind of what this does. Any ID tooltip. Let's take a look. Let's grab it. Any ID tooltip. And that's what it's called. Any ID tooltip. The ID tip's the one that I've used. See this one here, ID tip? That's the one that I've used. Right? See, it says right here spell ID. So let's look for. I don't think it was on Fellbite, right? Do you have? Do you know where I can get that add-on? Because I don't see it yet. Do you know where I can get that one? I don't see the any ID tooltip. I'm not seeing it, dude. There's item ID. Let's see. Item ID is, I want to see what it is for. Doesn't tell me which. It says version 1, so that sounds really old. I don't think item ID. Yeah. I hate it when this doesn't tell you what version. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this is probably just original vanilla. There's enhanced tooltip. Doesn't show the spell ID. I've used enhanced tooltip before, but that's not what we're looking for. Not what we're looking for. I mean, ID tip would work, but I don't think. Yeah, it's not good. That's not right. Let's do. Comes back with Atlas loot from the wiki. Oh, interesting. they've got a zip file, and then inside they've got a folder, and inside of that they've got another zip file. And there's your NAID tooltip. That's interesting that how they have this packaged. Let's go here. Let's just take this. I don't need all the Atlas Loot crap, to be honest. I give a shit about Atlas Loot. But I do need the IDs, the spill IDs. If we're gonna have to change those so they show up as debuffs, we're definitely gonna need that. Also, it's gonna be useful for if we're gonna set up any WeakAuras. Although I haven't done any WeakAuras stuff yet. With I don't even know if I have WeakAuras set up either. It's another thing we probably should look at. Okay, so we got NAID tulip, sweet. We got that. We do not have WeakAuras. I don't know if I saw WeakAuras on their wiki. I can't believe it wouldn't be here. Yeah, see here's where that thing was Gen. If you're using the Epoch launcher to install your client updates, this feature is already included. The large address aware. Yeah, I think I have WeakAuras 4.1 already. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it was there. Let's go ahead and grab this. We're going to need WeakAuras for sure. I don't know. I don't know if we need to rename it to. It always annoys me with add-ons that like. It's always annoying. I don't know if I need to rename it like. Because this one actually has. We know the masters. We don't need master. Let's copy this. Let's go to Epoch add-ons. Actually, it's already there. See? So I did put it in the folder. I probably just didn't set it up. I'm sure this is the same one. 7/21/12/14. 7/21/12/14. Yeah, so I actually already had. Whoops, this one. 7/22. 1:19 a.m. That's just the date that I created the file, the folders. .12. 519. Yeah, it's the same one. So we actually already had it. I just have, this is just my temporary location of the add-ons that I thought might be useful for Project Epoch. Whoa. I just haven't moved all of these over into the actual client. To the last day of their last community. Oh, did you? Oh, dude, lucky you. Luckily, I don't need a ton. I mean, the WeakAuras are one of those things where I just create them as I need them. And since I'm probably going to be playing a hunter, like I don't need a ton of WeakAuras. But there definitely will be some that I need, right? And it's one of those things where I just figure them out as I'm playing the game. We're like, oh, I need a WeakAura for this, or I really want to track this, and so like if I'm playing like a rogue or a warlock, WeakAuras are like way more important because you're tracking like debuffs and you're tracking maybe certain timers. You know, does it need to be out? Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, just copy. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was just like, I'm half asleep. Cool. All right. It's 1:22 a.m. Yeah. I'm just mad. I'm just mad that honestly I'm so pissed off that we've been waiting so long to play. All right, so we got WeakAuras, Archive. I don't even know what Archive is, and I don't know what this is either. I don't even no idea what WeakAuras Model Paths is, but there it is. So we got WeakAuras, we got Sexy Map, we got Postal. Plate buffs, like I said, we may not use plate buffs, we may use it, I'm not sure. Definitely MSBT is one of my all-time favorite add-ons. Actually, let's take a look at MSBT really quick. I'm sure it's probably kind of configured, but some mixed swing battle text. We just have to make sure our sounds are here. And they are. So we've got our sound files. You know.
Bitch keeps drowning. Where's that bloody air hole? You were screwed. You were screwed. You were screwed.
These are like the you are screwed, and you can keep this one here. These are the ones I use for low health warnings.
You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye.
These are I use for low health warnings. This one I use to track certain like procs of weapons.
Lovely. Lovely. Lovely.
So like a lot of times I'll set up like MSBT triggers. Like if I proc like proc like Crusader, or if I proc certain things, I'll set up certain. And then sometimes usually I'll set up, there'll be text as well. It'll all show up in the notification area of the screen, but we'll see. So I don't know what I'm going to do now because we're kind of, I can't really do a whole lot. We can't do much else. I mean, most of the add-ons I think I'm going to use are pretty much set up. We have our macro folder here. If you're fiending for some sneak peeks of past screenshots. What would I get out of snooping in there, though? What am I going to get by snooping through screenshots, though? This is my folder. It looks like these are the basic macros that work in Wrath of the Lich King. They're all, I've tested some of these. I haven't had a chance to test them all, but oh no, it's fine. I'm not too concerned about that. Like I said, for me, like playing like Project Epoch isn't about like I don't play MMOs anymore to level quickly. I'm not like a speed level. I don't play them to be like a completionist where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get to like all the best raid gear, blah blah blah. I'm gonna do all the big raids. I'm gonna have the best gear, and I'm gonna walk around the server and be like, hey, look at me. That's not how I play WoW at all. What I'll be looking to try to do is try to figure out how to make certain builds work that normally people would think wouldn't work. So I'll be like theory crafting around probably the melee hunter hybrid build that I usually use, which is going to be revolving around, we have, and we've got it already set up. I mean, I have the build that I'm going to use. Whether or not I don't think it's going to work. I mean, looking at it from a top level, from the surface, it doesn't look great. Now, if we go into my Discord and we go into chat, I think I linked. Like, for example, here, there's the two builds. These are like currently like the two builds I'm looking at, right? For Hunter or for Paladin, right? I just threw them in here so I wouldn't have to keep fucking remembering what I created. So for me, it's all about, or the recipes would be cool though. I'm not gonna lie, I would be curious to see the screenshots of recipes. But so here's like the build I'm using for the Hunter, and nobody runs deep survival for PvP. Like nobody in Burning Crusade really runs a deep survival build. But I did play the original Burning Crusade, and I was successful in doing PvP as a survival hunter. But a lot of it was based on pushing like an extremely high amount of agility. The one thing that, oh, is there an enchant? That'll be cool. The one thing, I mean, really, agility is going to be the cornerstone. One of the best things you can do for, obviously for any survival build, because of the synergy you have with your lightning reflexes talent, increase your agility by 15%. The whole point of survival hunter, and I hate to say it, it sounds cheesy, but is to survive, but the weakness of the survival hunter is really casters. It's almost like it's like the bane of me playing World of Warcraft, because I end up playing classes that have specs that just don't do well against casters. Proc for 30 agility, 200 armor. Yeah, oh yeah, that's definitely what I would run. Is that like a weapon enchant? Yeah, that's definitely the one I would need, because again, it's agility, armor, and dodge. So the dodge is great because if I can survive against warriors and rogues, that's winning half the battle, right? Yeah, that's winning half the battle. Now, two-hand weapon, which is fine. I like to use one-hand weapons just because it's more fun. I really dislike slow two-hand weapons. If I can find a two-hand weapon, yeah, it's too bad that's a two-hand weapon enchant. Because I do tend to like one-hand weapons. Because a lot of times too, if you're going to be running with weapon enchants that have a chance to proc off here, is there one that's similar? I'd probably be running the one-hand. I know we'll still be running the two-hand as well. So a lot of times you can weapon swap, but a lot of times I end up running, dual wield. If we go to like what we can do, let's see. Let's just go to my. Let's just go to Rito. I have way too many WoW accounts, guys. Sometimes it's hard to remember what passwords for which account, because we've actually launched about 4 different WoW accounts. Let's go to Classic. This is going to be Classic, I believe, Anniversary. I have too many WoW accounts, and in retail I have multiple WoW accounts, so it's not always easy to find the right character. I'm trying to remember what server it's on. It's 45 agility, but it's parry, not dodge. Still do. Yeah, I mean the two hand would be nice too. I mean, with the two hands enchant being that good, it is possible. TV to light. This isn't going to be correct. No. Although we do have a dual wielding melee hunter on TV to light with dual flurries, but I don't think this is the right account. Hey, Ribop, no. Well, it's less than 12 hours for name reservation, but that's it. I mean, we get to reserve our names, but we don't get to play until Saturday, so. Yeah. Bummer, right?
Greetings. Light bless you.
Yeah, and Jin's right. I mean, we're probably just going to be sitting in queue, which sucks, right? So, so for example, this hybrid melee hunter, you know, I typically use dual wield, but like the weapons I'm using on this one, I believe is Sword of Zeal and Assassination Blade. I believe I was using. Yeah. The nice thing about Sword of Zeal is it's pretty slow, 2.8, and so it hits pretty hard. And then really we're just pushing the Assassination Blade because, you know, the crit. It's just really the crit. Like, it's amazing how good Assassination Blade really is. Like, if you're trying to push, if you're going for just kind of like crit rating. But you can see here my crit is 17.6%. With an melee attack power of 665. But once we throw in like Mongoose, throw in a few potions and stuff, you know, your crit jumps way up. And also with Savage Strike. So we're at 17.6% to crit, but, you know, with Savage Strikes, that means my Raptor Strike, you know, base Raptor Strike is pretty much 37% chance to crit. And if I throw in like a Mongoose Potion, you know, you're getting up around like 40% chance to crit. And then if we get any kind of world buffs, it starts to really be a little bit nutty. And let's see, my dodge currently right now is, I don't have monkey up, do I? No, I don't. So where's my defense? My dodge right here is 21%, but once we throw in monkey, it's going to be quite a bit more. Let's see. Monkey's going to increase your chance to dodge by, wow, it says increase your chance to dodge by 13%, right? 13%, and then this is this build. This is my current primary build. Actually, this is a shitty build here. This is my like a Ultra Rock Valley build. So this isn't even like my soloing type build. We'll switch to my secondary build once we land. My secondary build is my melee hunter hybrid build, where I'm talent point in to improve access to the monkey, and this is more like a BM survival hunter build that focuses on melee. I still am thinking, yeah. The only thing is, the reason Alchemy looks so good is that the two classes I want to play, the Protection Paladin and the Melee Hybrid Hunter, both their biggest weakness in PvP is casters. So the easiest way to combat casters is to try to increase your resistance to those spell schools, those schools of magic. So, you know, herbalism increases your resistances. So I think herbalism is just going to be a really nice thing to have. And of course, obviously, if you're going to go herbalism, you can go ahead and go alchemy, and you get that 25% increase to the efficiency, you know, to your potions, and then you get the increased duration. So the thing is, I really want to go skinning and leatherworking because I want to have the leatherworking leg armor and chance as well. So it's one or the other. And plus, I talked about it before, where I really love the fantasy element of Dragon Scale leatherworking. I just think from a fantasy point of view, and I'm a big fan of, like I said, Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm a big fan of fantasy. So there's like there's like there's fashion over function, right? Do we want to be sexy and be like this cool dragon scale leatherworker, or do we want to focus on actually being really good at PvP and try to min max in a way that's going to help us? Like, I mean, obviously, I think alchemy is the better choice if you're trying to make your character more effective in PvP. At least first thought. I mean, I don't know because I don't know what all the leg armor enchants are. I don't know what all the dragon scale pieces are. You know, it's quite possible there might be some really good, you know, recipes for dragon scale that could really be good for like a hybrid melee hunter. I have no idea. Just from what we know, I mean, alchemy is obviously a much better choice. But I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I tend to not go with the meta. That's just my personality. Like, if 100 people say this is the best way to spec your hunter, there's no way I'll spec my hunter that way. It's just my personality. I always rebel against the norm or what everybody says you should do. I don't know why. I've just always been that way. Like when I was in high school and all the kids, you know, all the peer pressure of everybody saying you got to be like this or dress this way or act this way, I always did the complete opposite. It's just like, fuck you. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. You know, it's just like that's just my personality. It's like, fuck you. I do what I want, you know. Yeah, so but I do believe that alchemy is the better choice for PvP. Um, and I do like alchemy. I'm a big fan of alchemy. I mean, I've roll alchemy probably I'd say about 90% of the time when I'm playing like a character in Classic WoW, I go alchemy, just because I really like all the stuff you get from alchemy. I like the water breathing potions. I like also another thing about alchemy is we will be able to have like the magic resistance potions, which is it's gonna be so good against casters. The other thing that's really good for melee hunter is frost oil, because it actually gives you, especially if you're using like flurry axes in lower levels. I mean, because there's no internal proc on frost oil. Frost oil can proc like 3 or 4 times in a row. You know, if you proc frost oil, it doesn't say, well, you can't proc frost oil again for like a minute. That doesn't work that way. You can proc frost oils back to back to back to back to back. So it may only be like 40, 50 damage additional, but when you've got 2 flurry axes, that 40 to 50 per proc adds up really fast. So it actually is a pretty nice bump to DPS. Flurry axes, though, for melee hunter fall off. You know, they start to fall off around level like 50. If you're getting, you know, really good gear from like raids or, you know, or even just like, you know, WeakAuras or something, if you're getting some decent, you know, weapons. Like I said, Sword of Zeal, like I do more damage with dual wielding assassination blades probably than I'm not sure about that. Actually, Flurry would still probably beat out assassinations, but you're like a rogue. When you play a melee hunter, you're setting up your hunter like a rogue. I mean, if you're dual wielding, which I like to dual wield because I like the benefit of the procs, right? I like the benefit of having multiple weapons that each have multiple chances to proc. That's the benefit of dual wielding as a melee hunter. You get Crusader on both weapons, so each one has a chance to proc independently. You can double proc Crusader. That's 200 strength. That's a lot of extra attack power when you're hitting people in the face with with your weapon. So yeah, dual wield, double Crusader, you know, and so set it up like a rogue. The slowest ass main hand weapon you can find is going to be your best weapon. A lot of people will push you to be like, oh, if you're playing a melee hunter, you should be using like the slowest 2-hand weapon. Nah, fuck that. I hate slow 2-hand weapons, man. The gameplay just feels so boring. Why is my I'm missing some add-ons, or they're not working. Man, I tell you, I have a massive love-hate with the relationship with add-ons, and I would say it's skewed more towards hate, because I believe that MMOs should be built in a way that your MMO's interface and everything should be there. So you shouldn't need add-ons. You know, let's give this Frontier add-on. Fuck that. We just need item rack. I'm probably going to enable war mode. I'll probably enable war mode. The reason I like item rack is because I can go here and now I can just switch, right? I can just go to my thing and say, oh, you know, I want my Argent Dawn thing or whatever. But we're not going to do that because we don't care. We're going to roll with our Stormpike Insignia rank 6, which gives us 2% dodge. You can see now with Monkey, my dodge is at 34%. So I have a 34% base dodge right now, and then if I proc, if I go into deterrence, you know, then your dodge and parry is 25%. So when we pop deterrence, we're sitting at like almost 60% dodge. You know, 60% dodge, and our parry will be like 35%. So 35% parry, and what is it, 59.15% dodge. Just for fun, let's do flurry just for fun because the procs are fun. You gonna enjoy pet hunting? Yeah, I too. I think that'll be really cool too. Like, I don't, because we don't know what pets. We do know that they said like the. We do know they said that what was it that the pet in Hellfire Peninsula that everybody goes with in TBC that you can't tame that pet in Epoch. Yeah, moths will be kind of cool. I'll probably grab a moth. So we can easily, you can see this is a very, very fast, with Flurry Axe as the attack speed, obviously it's insanely fast. But it's not the most damage. It's going to be the Sword of Zeal, Assassination Blade, and then if I want to push, what's up Looney, how's it going, man? If I want to push DPS on single target, obviously I'm going to use my trap, so we'll do something like this, right? I'm going to send my pet in. He's going to attack, we're going to run a Q up Raptor, so we're going to keep our up strike, and boom, boom. And if we really want to optimize DPS, we'll just run out. We'll do like a service sting, we'll come back in. But against these guys, they're so low level, it doesn't matter. So, I mean, these guys are... If I throw down an Immolation Trap and a Serpent Sting on a mob like that's that many levels beneath me, they're going to die really quick. But with this particular character, like, I'm a level 60 Hunter, who's mostly melee-based damage, running around in, Field Marshal gear. I didn't quite finish my grind to get Grand Marshal just because I kind of lost interest, to be honest. Like, I was playing something else. But, yeah. Currently, like, Field Marshal, rank 13. I should have finished Grand Marshal, but... Because you know what? Maybe I still will. Maybe we still will finish Grand Marshal. But it's going to take a couple more weeks of grinding. Just so I can get the rank 14 weapons on this character. Okay, we can pull this one. We can pull this one. Alright. We're going to feign death, put an explosive trap. We'll send in our pet, right? We can even do this. Pet stun. Although I think it missed. But, what's funny is I'll get like warriors that come at me with like rank 14 gear, and if I can get the drop on them, if I can get like the drop on them, I can take them out, and you know it pisses them off. I've killed rank 14 warriors in Ultrarog Valley and had them spend the rest of the AV coming after me trying to get revenge because they don't think a hunter, especially a hunter who's standing right in front of them, hitting him in the face, can kill them. But I do. It's hilarious. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what like new tameable pets that we'll have on Project Epoch, right? It'll be interesting. That cat meows means my Sword of Zeal procced. Right. This one. Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's not. It basically increases my damage, I think. It says a burst of energy fields cast, increasing your damage by 10 and armor by 150 for 56. Actually, it does. Yeah, it does proc fairly recently, fairly quickly. And there, just procced again. But again, like for me, like if I reset the damage meter here, typical damage, like a lot of my damage will come from, like especially in a PvP scenario, like the goal, like you really want to get your immolation trap off. It's like almost it's almost mandatory against anybody, like no matter warlock, mage, whatever. You want to get your immolation trap off, and then you want to get keep serpent sting up, and then just get in their face and beat them down, right? And if you look at the damage, you're going to see the immolation trap in that particular fight right there was 32% of my overall damage. Raptor Strike 28, melee 23, so we're putting in around over 50% melee damage. Serpent Sting, surprisingly, at the max rank, Serpent Sting actually does quite a lot of damage. You can see in that fight right there, that one fight, it did 11% damage. It probably had a chance to tick like a couple times. So yeah, you can see count 2, but it's ticking for 100 damage each time. And then, of course, Wing Clip. We had 2 Wing Clips, which accounted for 3.9%. The reason you're spamming Wing Clips is you're trying to proc your weapon effects. So Wing Clips can help you get a little bit more of those procs out. So. Yeah, sure. I am interested. I actually used to have it. Grabowski, but I lost it. He actually showed me his channel once, and then can you put it in my Discord here? Let me hold on a second, because I know you can't put it in the YouTube stream. Here's my Discord server. If you just accept that invite, just post it in the general there. I'd appreciate it, man. Thanks. I don't know if he's updated his YouTube with any stuff. Yeah, let's check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out here in a second. But anyways, this is my melee hybrid build that I'm running in vanilla WoW, and it works pretty well. Like in PvP, it actually can work. It's not going to be great against like a mage, for example, but I think the one thing about WoW PvP in vanilla, it's kind of rock paper scissors, right? You know, like certain classes are going to stomp certain classes, and certain classes are going to get stomped by other classes. Like if you're playing like a Retribution Paladin, you may destroy like a rogue. I don't know. But you may get destroyed by a warlock. You know, it's I don't know exactly how the Epoch's going to turn out, but the one problem I run into with, like I said, with the classes that I tend to play is that they do have a lot of weakness versus magic users. So, but let's take a look at the Discord. I wanted to take a look at that. And I don't know.
TS WoW framework.
So yeah, let's see how many. And you can see he's done some videos. Oh, and he's still doing stuff, right?
Hey everyone, hope you're doing well. So I've been wanting to make this video for some time now, just going over a reflection of my modding journey, things I've worked on, and hopefully serve as inspiration to people that might be new to the scene or interested in working with.
Yeah, Magic, like. I told you guys the story how I used to be kind of friends with him, and then we had some sort of falling out. I think I got drunk at a bar and came home, and he said something I didn't like, and I kind of went off on him, which, like I told you guys, I can do. I've got a vicious temper, man. And I think he blocked me on Discord. So, but here I'm being nice. Hey, Magic, good to see you still putting out some content. But yeah, he was real nice when I first met him, and he showed me.
Guys.
Because we were talking about, you know, what is Project Epoch, like what kind of development technology is it using, and he talked about TS WoW and some of the stuff, and so he actually had taken me to some of these videos and had walked me through some of his stuff. I think we even got into Discord, and he might have even shared his screen inside the Epoch client. I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure one time we got into Discord together, and he shared his screen in the Epoch and was showing me how in Epoch he was actually doing some of the pathing and stuff. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm a lot older. I mean, I'm 55, so. You know, I'm a grumpy old man, so like I said, and I've got a vicious temper, so don't fuck with me. And yeah, he's just a kid, you know what I mean? So he's a little bit probably has a little bit of a thin skin, whereas I don't. I don't really have a thin skin. You know, you guys can call me names and yell at me and tell me I'm bad at World of Warcraft, and I'll be like, I don't fucking give a shit, right? It isn't really going to affect me. So I probably said something that, you know, offended him, and he's being that young, he probably has a thin skin, and, you know, probably just got pissed off or whatever. So some of these videos I'd seen, but a lot of these I haven't seen. Most of these I haven't seen actually. So I'll take some time and go. Like here's 3 years ago. I think I've seen this one. Yeah, some of these from like 3 years ago are probably when I was talking to Magic, I would imagine. That sounded kind of funny, Magic out. Yeah, so. Yeah, and he has me blocked on Discord, but I'll try to talk to him on through here, make some comments. Maybe I can get him to jump into my Discord again, and we can talk about modding, because I definitely would love to get into TS and help these guys out. Like I said, I've been programming since I was 15, which was 1985, you know, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth. So, you know, I first started programming on Commodore 64, you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, and I'm not really a web developer per se, but I mean, I kind of am. I mean, I work on pretty much website code pretty much every day. The project I'm working on right now is all like Blazor server stuff with, you know, Entity Framework, and, you know, it's all like .NET Core shit. You know, we're pretty ingrained in the .NET system, ecosystem. But I code pretty much on, you know, web services, you know, websites, fucking SQL Server, all kinds of shit. But it's mostly web stuff that I do right now. But yeah, modding with Magic, smart scripts. So but I mean, he's one of the few people I've seen working on private servers that actually has gone out to a YouTube channel and actually put out videos on how to do some of the scripting. Most, I think it's weird. Like it seems like the WoW modding community is like this like cryptic group of people who like to hide behind these websites. Like you have to go to some of these like WoW modding websites and create accounts, and you know what I mean. They're not as like, and maybe it's because private servers are considered kind of like against the terms of service, and people are worried that they shouldn't be putting that type of content maybe on a YouTube site because you know maybe they're worried that it's because it's against terms of service. Maybe they'll get in trouble. I don't know, but you just don't see a lot of YouTube sites out there where they're really kind of going through actually how to create some of the stuff for like a private server. I'm sure there's plenty of sites out there on YouTube that do this, but you know, good luck finding them. So, but yeah, thanks Marcel, Marcel for finding this. I actually was looking for this, so. He's got 18,000 views on his YouTube channel. How many do I have? How do I see? I have 1.4 million views. Hey, look at that. My lowly 3,000 subscribers. I mean, it's because I'm too lazy, man. I'm too lazy to try to you know, I don't kiss ass enough. That's the problem is I don't put out the effort to try to make my YouTube channel successful, which, you know, I mean, if I was like Lazy Peon and I said
Guild Wars 2 is a
and I talked, ooh, I look at the graphics in Guild Wars 2. I love the graphics in Guild Wars 2. I mean, I love like at surface level when you look at this screenshot here, this video, it just looks amazing, doesn't it? You're like, ooh, that looks nice. Like if a new MMO was coming out and you just saw this and you thought this is what like one of the cities looks like, you'd probably be pretty impressed, right?
high fantasy MMORPG with large open world maps, a hybrid combat system, unique.
When did this video come out? Oh, a year ago. Good old Lazy. I remember when he was first putting out videos as just a little kid. He was just this dorky little kid. He was like the worst player in World of Warcraft. Like if you look at some of his first videos that came out, he was just so bad. He first started out doing like kind of machinima or whatever crap, like all this shit. And then he started to try to transition from that to like videos and like, because like you see, none of his videos were about like how to play the game really. You know, it was just kind of like stuff like, oh, top 10 reasons people quit was the best class. None of it was really like how to play. Because to be honest, Lazy was just terrible at the game. I mean, he was just really bad. And then he finally, I don't think he ever really got that good at World of Warcraft, to be honest. And then he went over and started playing Black Desert I think he was in Black Desert when I was in Black Desert. Like I started Black Desert, you know, I've always been a founder of almost every MMO I've ever played. So I was a founder in Black Desert, and I was in a guild called Storm. What was it? Storm. The guy who ran the guild was an Australian, and what he did for a living was bet on horse races and dog races. So he had no job. He just sat at home and he bet on race. And it was funny because I lived right across the street from Derby Lane, which used to be a big dog racing, you know, place here in Florida. In fact, it was in the movie Ocean's 11, I believe. There's a scene in Ocean's 11 from Derby Lanes, right? Which was funny because I was right across the street, I think, when they filmed that. I think it was Ocean's 11, yeah. Yeah, right here. See this scene right here in Ocean's 11? This is Derby Lane. This is like right across the street. The funny part about Ocean's 11, right across the street from me is Derby Lane. In that movie, there's a scene where Matt Damon goes to Chicago and he's riding the L train. The L train where he's riding, I lived in Chicago for a long time. And so the stop he got on, where he was at was like, I used to get on that stop on the L train like every single day. Like I rode the L train downtown to like Wabash, like, you know, Jackson and Wabash. And then what was even more crazy was he took the L train and then he ended up getting to Emmett's Pub, right? Then he ends up going to, well, let's see, Ocean's 11. So you see him here. He's getting on the L train, right? And he gets off a train stop here that I used to go to like every single day, right? Then he goes out to meet somebody at, guess where? Emmett's Pub. I used to go to this pub in Chicago all the time. In fact, my brother was good friends with the owner of this pub because he had a boat that he used to take out on Lake Michigan, and he used to go out on Lake Michigan with him sometimes on his boat. So I used to go to this pub all the sad part is that this pub isn't open anymore, but I used to go to this pub. So it was really weird. I remember when I was watching this movie, there's a scene where he's recruiting the one guy from Derby Lane, and at the time I lived in Florida. I was literally lived right across the street from Derby Lane. Like I could look out my window and I'm looking at Derby Lane. And then a few minutes later, he's getting on the L train. I'm like, shit. It's like this. I used to get on the L train in Chicago at this exact same fucking stop. And then he goes to this scene. He's in Emmett's Pub. I'm like, fuck. I used to go to this bar. It was like all the film locations for this movie are like my life. It was actually really funny. So let's take a look at this. What is this? Cliffhaven test. Now he's using, what is he using here? Let's see if we can glean some information, right? Yeah, it is crazy. It's a great movie, by the way. I mean, I absolutely love that movie. One of my all-time probably favorite kind of banker type robber movies, man. Let's see what we can. He's using something called, is it Nugget? Now this, if you look at this tool he's using, it looks like a modeler, or it almost looks like a painter. So we've got a three-dimensional cube tool. We've got some sort of so it's like a pathing tool. We got some footprints, which means he's probably setting up some sort of NPC pathing. You can see also there's a little couple humanoids here. We've got a paintbrush for painting something. We have these two squares, which are probably gonna be. It could be group ungroup. I'm gonna guess that these are grouping and ungrouping, like probably grouping. There's probably like a group tool where you can group objects together, possibly. I don't know what these maybe cut tools, maybe. I don't know. Here's a rubber stamp, so it's like a clone stamp. Again, some sort of pathing, paint. I don't know what this is. Don't know what that is. And it looks like it says, is that Nugget? Nugget? Wow. Editor? I don't know what this is. Nugget 3. So let's take a look. Let's download this. Right. Show it folder. Okay, Nugget. What is Nugget? This software is open source. But what's it for? Here, Nugget Discord. Okay, general. Here's a video on WoW modding. Right? So let's subscribe to this guy's channel. He's got 700. Let's see what his videos he's got. Only one video prototype on it now. No, that can't be right. Videos. He's got a few. WoW modding, modern map making, views of Project Epoch. So this guy, maybe he was a developer for Project Epoch. Who knows? Okay, so we got a video from 1 year ago. Here we're getting a look at that. I can't remember the name of the city in the Horde, but you guys know it. Because here's that little castle over there. We did a huge PvP event there once on a server, which was really fun. Anyway, so I'm getting a little bit off track, but we subscribe. Let's subscribe to this guy's channel. So this could be possibly another developer that's working on it. I don't know, but we are now in the server. Let's go to stable releases, Nugget build, latest test build, experimental builds, dev discussions. Okay, well we got it downloaded, right? Let's copy this and let's go to. I know I've got WoW things to say. I think I've got a library. We got modding. I'm sure we've got some World of Warcraft development stuff. Actually, here you can see I have a WoW private server tools folder. But let's let's modding. This is for my Skyrim shit. I'm getting too many folders. I don't like to have this many folders at the root level. This is fucked up. It's like a total disaster. We'll have to clean this up later. I'm not too worried about it right now, though. Let's just go. Let's go into library and let's go into my WoW folder, WoW stuff. And do we have a development folder? Proxy. Private server. We have too much shit. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to say, we're just going to call it WoW. Actually, let's just call it WoW Epoch Development. Development tools, right? Let's just make this the stuff that we think that they're using to develop Epoch, right? CMake. So this is a C++. GPL. Yeah, the Microsoft Visual. In a recent version of Microsoft Visual C++. So this is definitely a C++ compiler. Compiled. CMake. Yeah, wow. So I don't know how to use this software, but we'll figure that out later. But for now, we know that this is used for Epoch. Let's go back to this. All right. And so it's interesting. Oh, the quality of this video is really bad. Pretty cool though. So this looks like an area inside Project Epoch called Cliffhaven. Doesn't it look like, I love the snow. I love the snow. I mean, it's a nice looking area. Snowy region. I don't know where this is. Look at that, Duskwood. So this is in Duskwood. And we can't tell on the map, but it says the cemetery. So, cemetery in Duskwood. Stormwind City. All right. So if we go into Duskwood, this is the cemetery, right? Yeah, this is the cemetery. So where would this be if it was in Duskwood? I mean, would it be like maybe up in the mountains here? Maybe over here? No, it says the cemetery though. Interesting. Wonder. Okay. Was he playing Diablo music? Or was that somewhere else, something else? That was that. All right, so let's go back. This was 2 months ago. Modding live scripts.
Hey guys, welcome back to Modding
So he's back in Visual Studio Code.
with Magic.
This is his solution, which is going to be TypeScript, I'm assuming. Yeah, TS, a TypeScript config JSON. So yeah, this is his TypeScript solution. Creatures, globals, items, objects. So this is like his tutorial. So he created a tutorial that he wanted to use for this video. And that's what he's doing here. And he's created a solution, a TypeScript solution. And he's going to show us.
episode, we worked on smart scripts, which were a really cool way to add events and creature interaction, etc. to the game world using the database. Today, we're going to be focusing on something a bit more advanced called live scripts. Now, as a general rule, if you can do something with data scripts, then you should do it with data scripts. Live scripts, I don't want to say they should be a last resort because that makes it sound like you shouldn't ever use them, but they're a very powerful tool, but they're also really destructive. So you need to be very careful when using them. That being said, we're going to start doing some stuff with live scripts today. And
look at the realm.
First thing we're going
Look at the realm. It says realm magic-core.realm.
to do is work with inline scripts. So there's a couple of different types of live scripts.
And they're using Trinity Core. I couldn't find, I think there is some project. Actually, if we go to ChatGPT, I think ChatGPT was able to. So check this out. What development tools is the private server project Epoch using? You know, what engine, what language, coding languages, and what 2D, 3D programs are used for creating for creating World of Warcraft models or textures. Let's see what it comes up with. Okay, you can see right here it says the core engine they're using is Ratlet Chain, which we know is correctly. It says programming language tools server side likely. See again, Trinity Mangos, which we know. Even just looking at the video with Magic here, you can see it's using Trinity Core, right? We know they're using Blender Studio, right? Which is there's actually a you can see. I already knew that they were using the Blender Studio plugin. So if you take a look at Blender Studio, I think what was it called? Blender Studio plus the WoW Blender Studio plugin. So there's Blender Studio, which I've never used Blender. I've used Blender, but not Blender Studio. What's the difference between Blender and Blender Studio? Is it I mean, here's Blender's obviously a 3D modeling program. I've used Blender I haven't used it recently, but I've used Blender for years. Blender Studio. I mean, it's just probably like more for film, right? Okay. Is it free though, right? I mean, it's blender.org, so it should be free, right? But this is this version, so we can't use that version because if we're going to develop for Project Epoch, we have to use a different version. So the WoW Blender Studio plugin, I think it only works with like 3.5. So if you go here, yeah, supported Blender version is 3.4, but that says Blender. It's not. It doesn't say Blender Studio though. This says Blender Studio. This says Blender. So I'm not sure if it's like we need Blender Studio 3.4 or do we need Blender 3.4? Blender Studio sounds like it says right here adapts kernel to Blender 3.4. Let's get some help. Does WoW Blender Studio need Blender or Blender Studio? Because it's a little bit vague. Well, okay. WoW Blender Studio is a plugin and for Blender, not a standalone brand. It requires the regular Blender software to run. Okay, so let's go to Blender. We need. Oops, sorry. Damn it, Janet. So let's go to blender.org and download, and we want older versions. Previous versions. 3.4. I think I already have Blender on my computer, don't I? I have Blender 4.3 currently. So, but that's fine. Okay. All right. We got to do some other stuff building. But anyway, so we've got, right? Developing for Blender Studio. Blender. Yeah, I've never used Blender Studio, this Blender Studio, so I'll have to look at that some other time, man. All right, so what else we need? So, so Blender Studio, an open source tool, allows editing and exporting M2 model files for WoW. Interesting that it says WoW Blender. Well, okay, we have WoW Blender Studio though. Blender plus WoW Studio plugin is for 2D, 3D tools. Texture is likely Photoshop or GIMP, that's fine. Model editing pipelines. Developers reference adapted Cataclysm model with all their new textures, that's fine. Core engine. Server logic is Trinity Core, Mango. Client scripting is Lua. This is actually wrong because they're using TypeScript. I don't think they're using Lua. I think they're using TypeScript. They might be using Lua for some stuff, but modeling Blender with WoW Blender and then Photoshop. Okay. So that's it. They don't really mention a whole. He doesn't mention a whole lot of the stuff. Textures edited for imaging tools applied via that BLP with community patch packs, enhanced visuals. Yeah, the thing is, if you ever wanted to become like a developer for like a private server project, I mean, there are websites out there, but I'm not the kind of person who likes to read through a lot of shit. I'm lazy. I like to have either a video show me, or I like just to go to like the horse's mouth, and that's why I would love to just to talk to Magic directly and just say, hey, walk me through how to create a building and put it into the world. Like, let me create a building, let me place it in the world, let me create some NPCs, let me add some padding, let me modify spell abilities, let me increase damage of the spells, let me reduce the damage of the spells, let me change the particle effects of a spell, let me, these are the things I would want to know how to do, right? Let me, what are things could we do, right? I mean, basically controlling NPCs, controlling dialogue, how to add dialogue, how to create menus, right? How to add like items into the game, how to remove items from the game, how to create the tooltips for the items, how to equip the items from the character, how do we equip, unequip, all that type of stuff, right?
Hey guys, so for this episode I wanted to do a brief tutorial going over GitHub integration with your TSWow.
You mentioned what they use. Oh, cool. Thanks, Jen. Let's take a look. Yeah, and I knew they were using TSWow. Let's go ahead and copy this. We can add it to our document, right? TSWow, which is just TypeScript, right? TypeScript. Wow. See, here it is. To add on to that, we do also use Nogget, but that is for terrain editing. So we saw the Nogget, right? Nogget. Remember, we saw that just by gleaning that from Magic's video, right? So Nogget. We're just gonna say terrain editing, I think. Oh, here we go. And so he has it right here. TS WoW, Trinity Core, WoW Blender Studio, the WoW model viewer, designing NPCs. Let's just grab this right from good old K-Totes. I believe K-Totes is the founder. See, the custom internal tool is the secret sauce, so they won't let us know what that is. The WoW database editor, right? The bulk of how Epoch is built, Spider-Man Power modding framework for Wrath of the King sits on top of Trinity Core. So the biggest thing you would need to learn if you wanted to work on probably Project Epoch is how to use TSWow. And Trinity Core, most know this, the underlying server. So this is just the server. And custom models. And just the model viewer. Yeah, so we don't know what the custom internal tools are, right? Yeah. Anyways, let's save this, right? Save as. And we're just going to save this into library. And I think we had, what was it, Epoch? God, I have way too much shit on my computer, man. Let's go here, WoW Epoch development. We're just going to say, how is Epoch made, right? Just save that there. But yeah, I mean, I would volunteer some time to help these guys on this project. I would love to learn how to do some of this stuff because as a developer, this is shit I love to do anyway, right? So, but I'm also not the kind of person who is going to bend over backwards trying to contact them. You know, it seems very like I did talk to one of the community managers. And he said if they need a developer for the project, he said it won't be shown on their Discord. It'll be somewhere else on like one of the development probably Reddit's specific for private server WoW development. So
Project. So Git is a very useful, basically programming language that essentially allows.
Yeah, Git. I mean, I have so many Git accounts. It's ridiculous. I think this is, where's my repositories? This is my Shady Art account. Currently, I have no repositories here. I am sponsoring Project Epoch. This is one of my GitHubs. This is just like a generic one I created. You know, if I wanted to like do something like sponsor somebody. But I've got other GitHubs. I think I've got 3 GitHub accounts. I've got one for work. I've got one private GitHub account for my own custom personal development. And then I just created this one. This probably would be the one I would use for, if I was going to do like game development for private servers or something, I probably would just use this GitHub.
You to store those. It works on missions, so a popular one. I believe that is paid though. I used it a while ago, but I switched to Source Tree because it's free. So we're just going to download this.
Source Tree is not bad. I've used Source Tree before.
And then we're going to run it.
The one I'm using right now, though, is Git Extensions. This is what I use right now for management of, just for like managing my repositories, managing my code. I think it might be free. Yeah, but this is the one that I use, and it's okay. It's not great, but it's fine. So I use Git Extensions. What Magic is talking about here is he's talking about Source Tree, same thing. Just a different program does the same thing. So he's going to use this to create his repositories, manage his code repositories for check in, check out, and here he created his. He's installing Magic. He's linking it to his GitHub.
Commits that you do, destination, client list of files.
And then he creates his local repository on his local drive somewhere. And
credit for this,
now he's using Visual Studio Code to manage his solution. And so from in Visual Studio Code, there are add-ons. I think you probably have to install an add-on into VS Code to manage the repo correctly. And then once you do that, you'll see next to your folder here on the left, you'll start seeing files when they're modified. Those should be like little icons showing it's modified. And then you can right-click on it and maybe like check in. There'll be some. It just depends. I haven't done a lot with Visual Studio Code for like because I use Visual Studio for my code development. I use code, but I don't use it for like my check in and check out. So
I would recommend doing that. It cuts down the files a lot. Just project. Okay, put a save point down at this location. So we'll do that. I'll just say initial commit.
Initial commit. I mean, it's obvious that Magic is a developer. Like, the way he talks and like as he's going through these videos, he must be, if he is only 20, you said he was only 20 years old, Marcel. He's either in college to become a developer or he's already out of college or didn't go to college and he's already a developer. Because the way he talks and just the way he's doing things, it's obvious if he's not a developer by career, he's been doing development for a while.
And then we can just press commit. And now we have a snapshot of where our project is now. And we could stage this and make a new commit with that change. Instead, though, I'm going to actually unstage this, right-click it, and discard the changes, which means that it's going to change it back.
Means it's going to reset your local file back to the way it was.
Back to what it was originally. So the next thing I want to do is link my GitHub account to Source Tree. So
I thought he already did that.
Options on tools, go to authentication, add an account, change the hosting service to GitHub, and press refreshed authentication token. Then it should open something in your browser that checks that, and then press OK. And you'll see it added my account here. So now Source Tree is linked to my GitHub account. The next thing we want to do is create a repository in our GitHub account. So if we go to GitHub here.
Okay, so this is cool. I mean, if you guys don't know anything about like repositories and GitHub, this is a nice little video he put together. It'll definitely
hey guys.
It'll definitely help. It'll help good for newbies to get them rolling. The Shard of Infinity. Equip every fifth frostbolt you cast will be instant. One. Two. It's got 2 stacks. Next one's instant. No, next one's instant. 5 stacks. It looks like Shard of Infinity. Your next frostbolt will be instant. That's kind of a cool little trinket, right? Like if you were like for PvP, man, giving you like those instant frostbolts. That's nice. Nice trinket. So frostbolt spell for each standard spell load, inline scripts on after spell cast, 2 unit get caster, constants or ID. So get the spell ID. Now, okay, so there's aura, there's stacks, and there's trinkets. So the trinkets, what's obviously what's equipped, I would imagine. So yeah, I wonder. So stacks, they're tracking how many stacks that it has, right? Because we don't get the instant cast until we get 5 stacks. The aura ID is just probably the little icon that shows up on the screen, I would imagine, is the aura. And then the trinket ID should just be the physical item that you have equipped. Now, if we don't have a player return, so don't do anything if there's nobody, I guess. Player get aura or ID. So we're going to get the aura for this particular item. If we have an aura, it says if aura exists, remove aura. I'm not sure why you would be doing this. It's saying get aura. You're setting a constant up to get the aura, and the aura ID is your Shard of Infinity aura. But you're saying if we have an aura, then remove the aura, which I don't understand why you would remove it if you have it. I'm not sure what that's doing. And then get aura trinket ID. We're going to get the trinket. If we don't have a trinket, return. So if we don't have a valid trinket, and then we're going to say get the aura. Yeah. Okay, so there is the stacks ID, which is this guy, right? I would like to know what this is. Is this some sort of, because we have Magic Core. I would also like to know what Magic Core is. Is that like looking, is that his, I think that's his local database, I'm assuming. Like Magic Core, he created a core database maybe. And in Magic, that's his name, so he's calling it Magic Core. I'm assuming that's what that is. So it's basically saying, get the spell from this database, and then I don't know, and then there's some sort of decoration, some sort of additional information. Okay, if we don't have stacks, then we're going to add them. If we don't have any stacks, we're going to add stacks. If the stacks is equal to 4, add aura. Okay, so if the stacks is equal to 4, they're going to modify that visual aura. Remember, it turned into like a lightning bolt. Oh, well, we're going to add aura. Remove aura stacks, player dot remove aura stacks ID, else player dot stacks ID. If stacks amount is equal to 4, then we're going to add aura ID. Then we're going to, I don't understand why you're adding an aura and then removing an aura. But this is the stacks aura. Stacks. Interesting. Essentials create Magic Core. Okay. This is just because you can have different localizations, right? So this is the English localization. And we're setting the name descriptions to the English version, right? So localized to English. And if you were doing like description dot like Spanish or something, it'd probably be ENES or something dot set. And then we're just setting up the range, family, effects. Okay. This is just setting up basically what it looks like. What the spell, what the animation, the little icon in the top right corner, I think looks like, I'm assuming. Well, it's actually more than that, though. It's setting all kinds of stuff. The range. I don't know what family set is. I have no idea what that is. Create Magic Core. And the stacks. This is the maximum number of stacks you can have is 5. I don't know if range set is the increments, like if it increments by 1 each time you add 1, or if it's the starting, if it's like the start of the range, it starts at 1, goes to 5, or if it starts at 1 and every time you increment it, it increments by 1. So I'm not sure, it's one or the other. And then apply aura set or a dummy set. I don't know what dummy is. Yeah. So interesting. Interesting code. I don't fully understand it. Code is interesting. Code is interesting, but I don't understand some pieces of it as I've never developed for a while. And this looks like, I'm assuming this is just TypeScript, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll take the WoW modding Discord. I've probably been a member of the WoW modding Discord at some point. Here, let's go. We'll create a new channel for Project Epoch called, we're going to call it Epoch. Here, let's do cancel. Do we have... Where the hell did that go? I don't remember exactly which font I was using. It's one of the things that's annoying about Discord. If you do use a custom font, you gotta try to remember which one it was. We just want to get something that's similar, that's close. Should be... Okay, so we created an Epoch development check section. Yeah, if you have the modding Discord, hey, you can send me the link if you want. You can put it in the general chat or whatever if you want. It doesn't matter. But I'm pretty sure I've probably been a member of. I've been a member of a lot of different like modding Discords at different times. I've had to go through and clean certain things out. Yeah, I've been a member of this community before, and it might be useful. The thing with yeah, we want this one 3.3.5 modding, Blender Studio, Nogget. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is good, Jen. This is not the one I was at before. This one looks almost specific to. It's interesting that most of these tools are basically what they're using, right? Here, let's take a look. WoW servers, community, tools development. Yeah, so this is good because now we have yeah, this is really good actually. Thanks. If we really wanted to get into development, we would probably use this Discord quite a bit. Oh, okay, I got you. Cool. Yeah, this is good then. This is probably where they're recruiting then, right? This is, yeah, I would imagine if they're recruiting for Epoch, it would probably be in here. Like if we went into recruitment and did a search for like even like Epoch, do we find anything? And you can see Project Epoch don't see. Epoch has shown a bit of their website where the GMs will handle tickets on this devlog. Little trailer. Here's some magic. You're gonna play Epoch. What was this from this year? Actually, from recent too. Pretty recent. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thanks, Jen. That's definitely a good. That's a good Discord. All right, I think I'm going to jump off of this for now, though. We've got quite a few things going on here. We've got Nugget, Wild Modding Community. Let's move Project Epoch, Metrics' Discord. We don't need the front two because this is bogus. Leave server. And we don't need this guy. We don't need this private server. Andy, leave this. And nothing on Chrono Odyssey. And good old Cargos. Cargos with his, hey, look at my tattoos. Where's the Cargos? Hey, look, dude, look at my tattoos, bro. I love when Cargos put a post in here saying, check out my new tattoos. It looks like he might have removed it because it was there, dude. Now it's gone. I'm sorry, but if you were someone who likes tattoos and you start posting your tattoos in a Discord server, I just find it cringe, man. It's like, I don't want to see your fucking tattoos, dude. I don't give a shit about your tattoos. If I ever got a tattoo, and believe me, I had thought about getting tattoos. If I ever got one, it certainly wouldn't be because I was trying to show everybody my tattoos. You know what I mean? Actually, the one tattoo I almost got was Widowmaker from was the Widowmaker tattoo from Overwatch. This one. Because Widowmaker has like this kind of like tattoo on her in the game, like on her arm, like this. And I actually I thought about doing it. It's this one, but I didn't. Of course, I didn't do it because I've been like, say like this. Because when Overwatch like was announced, I was so stoked, man. Like because it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. Like when they had BlizzCon and they announced like Overwatch, we didn't know that it was going to be Overwatch. People are thinking, oh, what are they going to announce? Like a new game or new IP? And I was so stoked for Overwatch because I come from Unreal Tournament, and there just aren't very many games that are like Unreal Tournament because Unreal Tournament's like kind of like a team shooter. There's only been a few team shooters that are good, really. There was one called that you guys probably never played that was really, really good, and it was actually the problem is I found this game like after it had already was kind of dying, and it never really got the love it deserved. But it was Gotham City Imposters, dude, and it was a great game. It was a great game, right? But yeah, Gotham City Imposters is super cool. It's basically, it's a team shooter. So Gotham City, the cool thing is about I came from Unreal Tournament. I was a big Unreal Tournament player. I was like pro level at Unreal Tournament. And I played the game like hard, like beyond hardcore. Like I used to play the game like 8 hours a day, every single day. And I did it for like 3 straight years. Like that's all I did. My whole life was that game. And It really, my whole life was that game. Like seriously, I like no life to that game, like beyond no lifing. And it's because I was married at one point. You know, I'm married now, but my first wife, right? This is a long time ago. I first was married. My very first marriage was the time I was back in 2000. I was back in 1998, right? So a long time ago. Like, what was that? Like 27 years ago. And I wasn't married very long. You know, I was younger, and it was just whatever. And I was married for like 5 years, I think, and I ended up getting divorced in like 2003, I guess. Anyway, so it was even before then, though. Like, Unreal Tournament 99 came out in 1999, basically. So I had been married for about a year, and my marriage was already like, it wasn't really my fault, to be honest. Like, the person I married was quite a bit younger than me. So, you know, in 1998, I was like 28 years old, but the person I married was like 22. So like, you know, she was just way too young. And it was a long story, but the point is I went through a divorce pretty quick. And I was not happy about it. Like, I was like in a severe depression. So the way I handled my severe depression was I played Unreal Tournament. That's all I did. Like, I got home from work and I played Unreal. And if I wasn't playing Unreal, I was at a bar getting drunk. It was one of the two, right? And actually, I was pretty good at playing the Unreal Tournament drunk. So I'd go out and get drunk, come home, and then I'd play Unreal Tournament. But I was playing like 8 hours a day every day for like 3 years. And I was so damn good at that game, like ridiculously good. But Unreal Tournament's a team shooter. And the thing that was interesting about Unreal is that it had all these mods. It's kind of like, you know, I'm trying to think of the game that it would be like, but you know, you could create all these servers. Like, you could host your own servers. Imagine playing World of Warcraft where you could just spin up your own WoW servers anytime you wanted to. And there were all these add-ons you can install into your WoW server to do different things. Like, say, I want an add-on that has hardcore. I want an add-on that has, like, I don't know, has M16s in it or something. Or I want an add-on that allows my characters to have low gravity mode where when I jump, I kind of float up into the air. Or when I jump, I go, you know, it's like I'm on the moon. You know what I mean? Like, the gravity's low. So when I jump, I kind of fly through the air a little bit. So Unreal Tournament was like that. You could spin up all these private servers and you could add all these custom mods. So there was a lot of really cool game modes that I played, and there were never any like FPS games that were really like that, because most of them were like Battlefield, where there's, you know, you're not. It's like I always say that in Battlefield or Counter-Strike, you're like, it looks like you're moving through quicksand because you're moving so slowly. You're just creeping around, walking. And then the like the top level like big brain play was like bunny hopping, which I thought was the dumbest shit ever. Like, you'd be trying to play Counter-Strike and people be like crouching and standing up and crouching and standing up and hopping around. And it just looked stupid. That's why we called it bunny hopping. You'd like a bunny just bouncing around. It was really dumb. It's a dumb mechanic. It looked dumb. It felt dumb. And so I never liked Counter-Strike. And even though my aim was phenomenally good, right? But I never liked those games because I was so used to playing a game where the movement was a lot different. There was like fast move gameplay, low gravity, you're flying through the air, game speed's much faster. It was just much more hectic, you know. I don't know if we'd be able to find any like original Unreal Tournament gameplay. Probably could if we do like Unreal Tournament, just to show you the speed of the game. Unreal Tournament like Instagib. Yeah, 155. I don't know if we'll be able to find it, right? It's very difficult to find old. The problem too, you know, it's way more fast-paced. The problem is it's really hard to find that kind of stuff because there was really no YouTube back then. There was no easy way to record videos back in the day, right? I mean, we've got some Instagib. I don't know. Let's see, this is Instagib, but this is regular game speed. And it's not using low gravity or anything. So this is like just normal.
Red flag returned.
And this person's really bad at, they're terrible at the game because their aiming curves how slow they're moving, they can't keep it on target.
Flag taken. Blue flag returned.
And they're also using like low sense. I think I've got, did I install them?
In 2291, in an attempt to control violence among deep space miners, the new Earth government legalized no-holds-barred fighting. Leandry Mining Corporation, working with the NEG, established a series of leagues and
Red
bloody...
flag taken.
Damn, this fucking video keeps starting. Let's see how this looks. I'm going to my YouTube site because I want to see what this looks like. I'm hoping you guys can see the full screen. No, it's like off center for some reason. I don't know why that is. It must be like a resolution thing. I'm not good at doing game capture because I don't do game capture that much. Capture, full screen application. No. I don't know why it's like showing like yeah, it sucks that it's like the scale. You know what? It's probably because my graphics. Let me see if I can. It's just my resolution. Even that's not fixing it. Ah, well. It just has to do with the resolution's not lining up, which sucks. It's a little closer. Look at that. Still, after all these years, you got games. Can you believe that? After all these years, you can still play this game, man. I'll see you, Jin. Yeah, I don't think Alt-Enter does it. I suck at the game now. I haven't played this game in years. I'm sure I'm god awful at it now. I gotta get to bed soon too. Look how many. But this is what I was talking about. Like with Unreal Tournament, see how many like custom packages it's downloading. These are all custom things that the server, the person who's hosting this server, has installed all of these packages. Yeah, 10 of 31 packages downloaded. It's like holy shit. It's like way too many packages. Face is the most popular server. If you sort by players, wow, look at that. We can only find one server with a player in it. But what we could do is we could say, so we did finally get in here. I can't move though for some reason. There we go. So regular, it's faster speed. Whoa. I don't know if the game just crashed or what. I don't know what happened, man. It's like the game just fucking crashed. Yeah, the thing is when you try to run Unreal Tournament on... Here, let's fix this. You try to run Unreal Tournament on these newer computers and it just doesn't, it doesn't work very well. Let's put it that way. But anyways, I do need to get to bed, so I will catch you guys later. I don't know what happened to my World of Warcraft. It just got all fucked up. Like, and when you run a game like that, it like totally screwed up like my resolution. Like my computer's resolution just got like all messed up. It's always a pain trying to play like a really old game. I'm just closing down I have like way too many windows open right now. I'm just trying to close everything down. Wow, I cannot believe how many windows I have open. It's like insanity. All right, we're gonna say pin to start. Get rid of that. But anyways, yeah, I will, name reservation is in 12 hours. I believe it's 3 p.m. today when you can reserve your name. I believe. Yep, so it should be in exactly 12 hours because it's 3 p.m. today. So make sure you guys, if you want to reserve your name for your character in Project Epoch, that you do get online today and get that done. Let's go into what tag are some of these people using? No tag, developer, expert, Eridoon, developer, Eridoon, Muzzy TV, hey man. Muzzy TV, mutual server, Horde, of course he's playing Horde. Forsaken Gang. There haven't really, might be the best Classic Plus server.
Hello and welcome to a new...
I've actually already watched this video. All right, I'll catch you guys later, man. Hope everybody has a good one. Peace out.